to keep on supporting Ukraine. What this leads to is NATO, which is truly if you look at it from the United States perspective, you will have European allies which are much more capable to, with the US, work together in NATO to keep 1 billion people safe. President Trump has been able to finally get done what since Eisenhower American presidents tried to do, which was to equalize defense spending between Europe and the United States. It is now happening. On this trajectory, 5%, we already reached the 4% this year, which is amazing. Of course, not only because of President Trump, also because of the Russian threat. But let's be honest, President Trump encouraging European allies and Canada to do this has really helped. And it is delivering. I think this is absolutely important. So a much stronger NATO, a much stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. NATO 3.0. And then I also expect allies today to discuss Iran. I expect allies today to discuss Iran. I expect allies today to reconfirm that Iran should never, ever get its hand on a nuclear capability. And secondly, that the principle of the freedom of navigation, so the Strait of Hormuz, completely opening up again is a sine qua non, is crucial for all 32 allies. So with that, I'm happy to take a few questions. Sure. I cannot hear you. Is there a microphone somewhere? Oh, sorry. Then I'll just listen better.
Talking about Greenland sovereignty,
okay, sorry.
Again putting troops in Europe. This alliance doesn't
On that
very
issue, we discussed this at length in Davos. As you know, we have a process in place. I think he absolutely has a point that Iran, sorry, not Iran here, it's China and Russia gaining access to the Arctic. So it is crucial that as an alliance, and this is what we agreed in Davos, work together to make sure that doesn't happen. And also when it comes to Denmark and Greenland itself, we have a good process in place.
Secretary General Steve CNBC, thank you, sir.
Good to see
He's
you.
already said he's very disappointed with NATO in his opening comments, disappointed with them regarding Iran, disappointed regarding the lack of action from NATO allies over Iran, despite your best efforts yet again to explain to the President how much Europe is spending, how much Canada is spending, and what support could be available for Iran. Is it falling on deaf ears? And actually, he said he doesn't even want to be here without Mr. Erdogan's intervention.
Well, hey, listen, we know that there is disappointment on the American side when it comes to Iran, and it has to do with isolated cases. At the same time, we see up to 5,000 sorties from European bases. It's implementing all the bilateral basing agreements. It is again, Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States. That's happening. And when it comes to the money and the spending, I mean, Europe now equalizing with the United States. It is this president who encouraged us to do this very forcefully. Of course, there is also the Russian threat, which forces us to do this on the European side of NATO. And I think this is a big win for the American president. He has been extremely successful, pushing for this since Trump 45, now achieving it in Trump 47. Yes, sir.
What is your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary because when you have a ceasefire and Iran is basically violating the ceasefire, we see what happened yesterday with ships being attacked, I think it is totally crucial that the US forcefully reacts.
Do you think that the current level of Allied forces in Poland is enough to deter Russia?
But you know, what we have to do is forces, we need the kits, so the defense industrial output, we need everything. And are you from Poland? Your country is investing heavily in its armed forces. You have already basically achieved all the targets. You are reforming your armed forces as we speak. You know there is a strong US commitment to Poland. We have heard this from every senior politician in the US. But of course we have to look and make sure every day that we are as strong as possible. Yes, there, over there.
In the Washington Summit Declaration 2 years ago, Russia was described as the most significant and direct threat to the Allies' security. And back in The Hague, the Allies just mentioned a long-term threat posed by Russia to Euro-Atlantic security. Do you expect even softer language in this declaration and doesn't represent the shift in the Alliance?
I expect again for today to acknowledge collectively that Russia is the long-term threat to NATO territory. But hey, you have to read the declaration when it comes out. But I have clear expectations that the long-term threat of Russia will again be noted. Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. You say that this summit is about delivery. What is the single most important outcome that you're expecting to see out of the summit? Are we expecting to see something like 5% defense pledge like we saw at the summit in Hague? Are we expecting
But this is
like
about delivering on the pledge. The 5% pledge was there. What we are now doing is delivering on the 5% pledge. And the amazing news is that already this year in 2026, we have, when you combine the core defense spending and the defense-related spending, we have already reached 4% on a 10-year trajectory. In 1 year, Canada and Europe getting to the 4%. And that means huge increases in core defense spending, also increases, of course, in defense-related spending. But then on the priority, given the fact that spending is going up and so much money is now coming in, also noting that we need to keep the support for Ukraine going, I think the main issue yesterday, today, is defense industrial output. Because in the end, you cannot defend yourself with dollars or pounds or euros or liras here in Turkey. You have to protect yourself with men and women in uniform. You have to recruit them, and you need the defense industrial output. This was the problem. It's not completely solved, not in the US, not in Europe. We still need more defense industrial output, but we are really getting so far ahead already this year. You've seen it yesterday. Two more questions.
You said yesterday you invoked the spirit of the World Cup and talked about NATO being one team. And yet, as we've heard Donald Trump saying he could pull US troops out of Europe, he wants to take hold of Greenland again. Do you take his threats seriously, or do you still think that he is a committed member of the team?
He is completely committed to there is complete commitment of the United States to NATO, but there was one, and still to a certain extent, is one expectation. So the commitment is there, no doubt. Also because NATO is there in the US interest to prevent, for example, the nuclear submarines of Russia to end up on the shores of the United States. The US, to stay safe, needs to secure Atlantic, Europe and Arctic. So there is complete commitment to NATO. But hey, there's also an expectation. And the expectation was and is that the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their spending with the United States, which I think, and many of the colleagues in the room today think, is completely fair. Now, the good news is, and this is the big win today, it's a loss for Putin, it is a win for President Trump, that the Europeans and the Canadians are doing exactly that. Final question. Sir, with the hat.
Lauri from Finland.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. What is your message to Russia and Vladimir Putin? They are carefully following NATO summit here in Ankara. What is your message?
My message is that this alliance of 1 billion people living in Europe, living in Canada, living in the United States, that this alliance will defend every inch of our territory, that you cannot win from NATO. We are defensive, we will never attack anyone, we will only defend our way of life, our democracies, our territory, so don't fool with us, don't play with us. Thank you so much, and I'll see you after the conference at my press conference. Looking forward to that. Take care.
Gerçekten
Just be mindful of the camera. Yeah. Please. Good morning, Prime Minister. Welcome. How are you? It's a lovely morning.
It's a lovely morning. I'm the first of many. Oh, that's something we already had so that.
Start and thank President Erdogan and Secretary General Rutte for this, President for his amazing hospitality, Secretary General for organizing this meeting. It takes place at a context where the threats that we face are changing rapidly, both in terms of the nature of warfare, hybrid warfare, hypersonic missiles, autonomous warfare, and also the direct threats that we face in terms of hybrid warfare. Russia is a direct adversary. Burdens are shifting. Burdens are shifting away from the United States towards Canada, towards Europe. You see a big, I'll speak for Canada, a big increase in our defense spending. It was only before I became Prime Minister 18 months ago, we were spending 1.5% of GDP on defense. It's now going to be 4% in the next 2 years. That gives an order of magnitude. We just completed our largest defense procurement with submarines, announced it 2 days ago. So the burdens are shifting, capacities are building. Capacities are building, and one thing I'd emphasize, and then I'll take 1 or 2 questions, is that those capacities are building on a regional basis. So if you're Canada, focus obviously on North American security and the crescent that runs through the Arctic down into the Baltics, and we will be announcing today the extension of our Operation Reassurance in Latvia. That's the type of approach of a modern NATO. That's the approach that meets the new threats that we face.
Despite your best efforts, despite your interesting relationship with the US President, can we say that? He doesn't want to be here. He said as much. He said he would only be here on the basis of that. He wanted to be here with Mr. Erdogan as well. Do you think actually the US is pulling out of NATO or wants to pull out of NATO quicker than we can fill in the gaps?
The first thing, I spoke at length with President Trump on Sunday prior to coming here. The president wants to see that shift in burden. I would remind that President Obama wanted to see that shift in burden, and it's appropriate that there is that shift. It's happening. That momentum is picking up, and it will proceed. And the president's here. He's in a good mood, and we're looking forward to discussing it. I'll take one last question then.
US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, the first is I would observe that, in effect, a period of extreme de-escalation, shall I put it, had been put in place for the funeral. Iran had been acting irresponsibly, attacking Saudi and Qatari targets particularly. There has been a response as appropriate. We look to de-escalation of the hostilities, but it underscores the scale of the threats and the enduring threats the alliance faces. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Ses deneme.
Onlar düşürdüler. Evet, kapattılar hatta.
Morning. It's very important to meet here today at this Ankara summit. Last year at The Hague was an historic summit with a lot of new commitments, and this year we're showing everyone that we're delivering with a stronger Europe and also a stronger NATO to protect our area against the threat mainly coming from Russia. And I'm very happy to be here with all our allies.
Is the Iran ceasefire dead, and will this overshadow this summit?
Now, it's very important that we continue to work for a diplomatic solution to the Iran war. Everyone is working very hard on that, and we're confident that we can reach a final deal.
Time for Europe to actually better coordinate its policies. There's pushback against Ankara from some of the national leaders, and there's vice versa. It's still a situation where it's the Commission versus the national governments, just too often.
I think over the past year, Europe has shown that with greater unity, we can actually better protect our own continent and be a stronger form. Yes, for sure. If you see, we have tripled our defense spending. A lot of other countries have also increased it massively. And over the past few days, we've seen many deals on military cooperation between European allies, showing that a stronger Europe is also in the benefit of all of us.
Trump yesterday voiced once again his disappointment about European allies. Why do you think that he will leave this summit satisfied?
We're definitely showing with a lot of European countries that we've stepped up our plate and that everything that we are doing is not only in favor of the European security but also for the United States. We have a lot of capabilities that are crucial for the United States as well, and companies from Europe and America are getting in closer cooperation for stepping up the defense industry. So it is in the interest of the United States to be part of this stronger NATO alliance. I'm absolutely confident about that. Thank you very much.
President Trump's threat to withdraw even more troops from Europe over Greenland?
Well, we've shown over the past few months that we are quite capable to defend this continent ourselves, but obviously with the help of the Americans, and we are redesigning NATO to NATO 3.0, and we're doing a great job, I think. Thank you very much.
Ja. U zegt dat de aanval op Iran de afgelopen nacht absoluut noodzakelijk was.
We hebben natuurlijk een fragiel staakt het vuren in het Midden-Oosten. Met af en toe beschietingen over en weer. Het is ook belangrijk om dan te laten zien dat je niet accepteert dat dat staakt het vuren wordt geschonden. En tegelijkertijd moet je er ook voor zorgen dat je dan ook wel alle diplomatieke druk erop zet om de gesprekken weer voort te zetten. Zodat er ook een blijvende oplossing komt voor deze oorlog. Nederland staat met andere landen ook klaar om in die straat van Hormuz de vrije scheepvaart weer mogelijk te maken. En dat is uiteindelijk voor de hele wereld belangrijk. Dank u wel.
Morning. So I think it's obvious for everybody that the world has become more insecure, therefore we need a strong NATO. We need an even stronger NATO. We are still the strongest alliance, and let's keep it that way. So my main message today will be, of course, the importance of rearming Europe. We need to step up. Secondly, we need a stronger industrial base in Europe and transatlantic in the US. And thirdly, we need to help Ukraine even more, put more pressure on Russia, and ensure that the only right winner of this war, of course, will be Ukraine. I think everybody knows that it's difficult times, and therefore our unity and our willingness to stand together in this world is maybe more important than ever seen before.
Trump yesterday pointed out at Greenland once again. What is your reaction to this? How do you want to convince him today that hands off Greenland?
Yeah, I heard the US president yesterday, and I think the US position is unfortunately very clear on this topic. And our position is as clear as it has been all through. Greenland is, of course, not for sale. We hope that all, including all allies, will respect the Greenlandic people's right for self-determination. And we are a sovereign state, and we need everybody to respect our territorial integrity and our sovereignty.
Is Denmark ready to militarily defend Greenland? An extraordinary premise, but is it ready to militarily defend Greenland if there is an attack from any party?
We are ready to defend every inch of NATO, including our own territory. But one of the reasons why we have built NATO many, many years ago is if anything happens to one of us, then everybody should stand up for each other. I mean, Article 5 is our insurance. It goes for the eastern flank right now with the hybrid war coming in from Russia. It goes for US when they were attacked 9/11, and the same goes for Greenland if anything happens in our direction.
But against any party, whether it's a foe or whether it's an erstwhile friend, you will defend every inch of Greenland.
Of course we will defend the Kingdom of Denmark. Excuse me?
How committed do you think the US is to Article 5 as it stands?
I haven't heard that they are not committed to Article 5, and I mean, from a European perspective, I mean, I would not be able to secure my people without NATO. And I think the same goes for US. It is because of NATO that our people, transatlantic, can be safe. And that will be the same in the future. Thank you.
Добро утро! Днешната среща на върха в Анкара се провежда в един важен момент на дълбока трансформация на Алианса, който отразява необходимостта и, разбира се, амбицията на европейските страни членки да засилят своя принос в общите отбранителни способности на Алианса. Защото конфликтите в съседство, особено въоръжените сблъсъци в Украйна и в Близкият изток ясно показват на европейските държави, че гарантирането на сигурността на техните граждани е неотменима отговорност и изисква системни усилия. Специално за България, с укрепването на нашия собствен национален отбранителен капацитет, страната ни се превръща в важен фактор на стабилност в критичния и стратегически важен за Алианса Черноморски регион. И в тази връзка страната ни съсредоточава своите усилия за изграждане на собствени отбранителни способности, но и за развитие на нашата отбранителна индустрия и наука. Постигането на целта на НАТО за 5% от брутният вътрешен продукт за отбрана за нас означава развитие не само на класическите отбранителни способности, но и инвестиции в инфраструктура, в свързаност, в дигитална устойчивост и киберсигурност. И много важно е, че днес се провежда тук и форумът на отбранителните индустрии, защото това дава възможност за преодоляване на фрагментацията в европейската отбранителна индустрия. Дава възможност Разбира се, този въпрос ще бъде обсъден, но аз искам да кажа, че редица български правителства подкрепяха системно и всестранно Украйна с и финансова, и медицинска, и хуманитарна, и военна подкрепа. Но всички български политици, които най-много обещаваха финансова подкрепа за Украйна, направиха много малко за развитие на нашата икономика и за осигуряване на средства в нашия бюджет. Така че България ще подкрепя финансово Украйна в рамките на нашите възможности, без това, разбира се, да влияе върху социалните разходи и трябва да отчитаме големият дефицит, който ни завещаха предишните управления. Нашата позиция е, че Европа трябва да осигури такива възможности, че хората в Гренландия да се самоопределят и аз мисля, че може да бъде намерено едно рационално решение, така че Гренландия и в момента предоставя възможност за базиране на военна техника, за базиране на военни способности на нейна територия, така че просто този процес може да бъде разширен. Не, тази тема периодично избухва. Аз не очаквам това да се случи и мисля, че Европа стои единна зад Дания в този спор. I believe that the global security challenges are pushing us to stay united. We don't have other choice. But we need to stay very reasonable. We need a comprehensive assessment of the security challenges. And that's why we need to take into account all the security circumstances. And we need to stay united, of course. But we need to lead and we need to organize our policy in this manner, not to escalate. Not to escalate in Ukraine, not to escalate in Iceland, not to escalate in the Middle East.
What is your message to Russia and Vladimir Putin? Russia is shooting ballistic missiles on Kyiv every week, every night. What is your message to the Kremlin?
My message is clear. I mean, we, the collective West, have been trying to achieve a conventional victory over the biggest nuclear power without having enough capabilities to counter their hypersonic missiles. And this is increasing dramatically the risk of escalation. This is increasing dramatically the risk of involving nuclear answer. And this is very, very dangerous. That's why we need to develop conditions as soon as possible for diplomacy and peace and not to escalate.
Russia is a long-term security
threat to the alliance?
This is the statement from the summit from 2022. But again, we need to find all the conditions that lead to peace, sustainable and just peace. Thank you.
Declared that it stopped its military aid to Ukraine. How can you describe the cooperation, defense cooperation?
I cannot please hear your question, please. Could you come closer?
How can you describe currently the Bulgarian-Ukrainian military cooperation? Because Bulgaria stopped its military aid, it declared it.
Yes, I have just said that we have exhausted our capabilities to provide military support. I mean weapons and munitions from the warehouses of the Bulgarian armed forces. We have provided 13 packages. We don't have anything less to supply to Ukraine. What we can do, this is technical military assistance. What does it mean? We can guarantee that we can accept military equipment to be repaired in Bulgaria. This is our support. Thank you.
Yeah, my colleague is very much.
Obrony Narodowej pana Kosiniaka-Kamysza. Ja o to zabiegam od 3 września, od pierwszej wizyty w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Pan prezydent Trump wypełnia swoje deklaracje. Teraz już wszystko przed Polskim Ministerstwem Obrony Narodowej. Można powiedzieć, że ta autostrada do stałej obecności wojsk amerykańskich w Polsce na poziomie prezydentów, na poziomie politycznym jest otwarta. Wczoraj rozmawiałem z wieloma liderami świata podczas kolacji, naszymi sojusznikami. Wśród nich był także oczywiście prezydent Zełenski. Być może jeszcze będzie okazja dzisiaj, aby porozmawiać. Wydaje mi się to naturalne, że państwa, które są sąsiadami, które mają wspólnego wroga, jakim jest Federacja Rosyjska, pozostają ze sobą w dialogu, niezależnie od pewnych napięć bilateralnych.
Donald Trump is impressed by all of these billions of pounds and euros of money that's being invested in weapons since last year? Or do you think that there's a risk that he will only want to protect allies like Poland, that really is stepping up to meet this new 5% target, and maybe not be so helpful to support allies like the UK that aren't going so quickly?
Madam, you have to ask Mr. President Donald Trump about his opinion. I can only repeat that President Donald Trump is a real friend of Poland, and our cooperation is on the highest level. Dyskutowaliśmy wczoraj z prezydentem Zełenskim kurtuazyjnie. Dzisiaj być może powtórzymy tą dyskusję. Oczywiście stanowisko w kwestiach, które dotyczą naszych bilateralnych napięć, dla mnie jest niezmienne. Polska i myślę, że cała Europa nie może traktować odwoływania się do żołnierzy UPA, którzy odpowiadają za śmierć 120 000 Polaków. Natomiast to nie wyklucza naszego dialogu, naszej dyskusji. To jest rzecz oczywista w świecie dyplomacji, że jeszcze raz to powtórzę, pozostajemy w dialogu, a także odczuwamy wspólne zagrożenie za sprawą Federacji Rosyjskiej. Ukraina jest w wojnie z Federacją Rosyjską. Polska przez wiele wieków była w wojnie, w konflikcie z Federacją Rosyjską, więc jest ten punkt odniesienia i zrozumienia tej sytuacji. I hope so. We are here to solidify each other in NATO, so the President Trump and United States of America are the linchpin, the fundament of NATO, and transatlantic relations are most important to solidify the NATO.
He's weakening the alliance when he talks about things like Greenland or troop withdrawal.
Allies can solve the problems inside the NATO, and I'm sure that we will solve the problems around the many international issues. Thank you very much.
přichodí poslední, ale absolutně nejdůležitější byla Georgia, která přišla úplně poslední. Už tam nebyl pan prezident Erdogan, který vítal všechny, už tam byl jenom viceprezident, tak to byl první moment. No a potom samozřejmě jsme se vítali se všema, hlavně manželky, některé se neviděli dlouho, takže bylo to jako velice fajn a my jsme měli s Monikou možnost mluvit s prezidentem Trumpem, tak jsme se ptali, kde je Melanie, no tak prezident Trump nám vysvětloval, že samozřejmě pro ní chodit sem na otočku, že ty cesty jsou únavné. Prezident Trump je velice pyšný na Melanii kvůli tomu filmu, který natočila, takže jsme ji pozdravovali. No a potom tam byli všichni, takže já jsem samozřejmě gratuloval norskému premiérovi Haalandovi, protože jsme si psali, když vyhráli, takže no a mluvili jsme se všema de facto, takže potom u stolu jsme seděli se Zelenskými, s námi tam byla dánská premiérka, bulharský premiér, já jsem seděl vedle lotyšského prezidenta Rinkěviče, který má dlouholeté zkušenosti z NATO, takže využil jsem to k tomu. Mluvil jsem s polským prezidentem, jsem se optal, kdy konečně už budeme mít velvyslance v Praze, protože tam mají podobné vztahy prezident a premiér, jak u nás. Tak jo, využil jsem to vlastně k tomu, abych neformálně se s nimi pobavil, takže bylo to příjemné. Bavili jsme se samozřejmě, bylo zajímavé, že Zelenský dostali jmény v bulharštině, jak jsme zjistili potom u stolu, takže neměli v ukrajinštině, takže bylo to o jídle, bylo to o všem možném, ale určitě to nebylo o výdajích na NATO, to určitě ne.
Otázku, jak vypadala konkrétně ta debata s panem Zelenským, jestli můžete k tomu něco blíže říci.
My jsme seděli tak, že Monika seděla tady a seděla vedle paní Zelenské a Zelenský seděl, takže já jsem seděl vedle Rinkěviče, takže se Zelenským jsme se bavili o jídle a o tom, že ten jídelníček nebyl v ukrajinštině.
Takže Ukrajiny se neptal pan prezident a nepozval vás na Ukrajinu?
Ne. Vůbec nikdo nemluvil o výdajích. Já jsem se bavil samozřejmě lotyšským prezidentem o jeho názor. Co je důležité, byl projev Zelenského, který mluvil o tom, že Ukrajina je schopná vlastně zasáhnout všechny ruské rafinérie na celém území a že v podstatě jsou vybaveny velice dobře z drony, ale co je hlavní problém, že nemají protibalistickou ochranu a vyzval vlastně Evropu, aby investovala do balistické ochrany, že ty patrioty je potřeba taky mít v Evropě a všeobecně převládá atmosféra, že vlastně vojensky je třeba donutit Rusko k jednání. No tak uvidíme, jak dneska ty projevy, to už bude vážná debata, že se opakuju na neformální večeři, vůbec nikdo tohle jako neřešil tyhle věci. No. Mluvil jsem i samozřejmě ze všema, co tam byli, jsem mluvil.
Budete zmiňovat v tom svém projevu i to, jak by měla Česká republika navyšovat výdaje na obranu, i teda v kontextu, že právě bylo zveřejněno podle odhadu na to, že by Česko mělo mít letos výdaje na obranu 2,01%, tak jak vnímáte tady ty odhady, které jsou teď nově zveřejněné a bude tedy Česko plnit ty 2% letos?
Já si myslím, že tento rok 2% vlastně nedosáhneme, protože jsme zdědili ten rozpočet s dírou 90 miliard a my jsme se museli rozhodnout, jestli zastavíme veškeré dálnice a obchvaty nebo navýšíme další výdaje. To, co se dělo na obraně v minulosti, je skutečně velice netransparentní. Takže my určitě chceme, aby to bylo transparentní, aby tam nekupovali nějaké podivné kuchyně prodražené. No a na příští rok určitě v rozpočtu budou 2%, bude tam navýšení o 36 miliard, ale doufáme, že teda obrana zásadním způsobem vlastně změní to pořizování toho vojenského materiálu.
Toho zvyšování do roku 2035, protože to je jedno z témat summitu, jak Česká republika, než by to byla Česká republika, ale jak ty země členské vlastně dojdou k tomu zvýšení, k tomu cíli.
Já chápu Spojené státy, je potřeba si uvědomit, že kde jsme. Spojené státy vydávají ročně $1000 miliard na zbrojení. $1000 miliard je 21 500 miliard korun. Jo, takže my, pokud se budeme příští rok někde pohybovat kolem až 200 miliard nebo 194 miliard podle odhadu HDP, tak vydáváme 1% výdajů Spojených států na zbrojení. Oni příští rok chtějí to navýšit na 1500 miliard dolarů, takže jako ta atmosféra je, všichni mluví o válce, všichni mluví o zbrojení a zatím jsem neslyšel slovo mír teda včera vůbec.
Že vlastně se musí vojensky donutit Rusko k jednání, jste teď řekl. Tak já se chci ptat právě i v tomto, je asi třeba navyšovat ty výdaje, třeba tedy toto zvýšit a jak vlastně Česká republika, jak vaše vláda toto vnímá, protože...
My nejsme ve válce. Ve válce je Ukrajina, které pomáhá NATO a jestli donutíme Rusko vojensky jednání, to já nevím, to ukáže čas.
A je tedy v plánu, že Česká republika bude postupně navyšovat ty výdaje na obranu, když příští rok chcete ty 2%, ale v tom roce 35 má být až 3,5 těch tvrdých?
To HDP roste, takže my jsme na 2%, nikdy nebyly splněny, takže my je chceme splnit a my samozřejmě potřebujeme peníze i na nemocnice, na zdravotnictví, potřebujeme peníze na navýšení platu policistů, my potřebujeme vnitřní bezpečnost, jo, takže my jsme na 2%, nikdy nebyly splněny, my se o to pokusíme příští rok a uvidíme. Já chápu, že Spojené státy tohle prosazují velice striktně, hlavně, aby jsme nakupovali jejich zbraně. Evropa, Macron vlastně říká zase něco jiného. Tak uvidíme dneska ty projevy. Já budu mluvit jeden z posledních, protože jsme na tom třetí nejhorší. Oni dodržují přesně, tak uvidíme, jaké ty projevy budou. No.
Včera s panem prezidentem ohledně toho, jak dneska to jednání Severoatlantické rady bude vypadat, v jakém formátu, i z protokolárních nějakých ohledů?
Nemluvil, on byl na večeři dřív než já, my jsme přišli až potom, já jsem mu podal ruku, ale spolu jsme nemluvili.
O kterém mluvil pan ministr Macinka?
To je záležitost pana Macinky, který našel nějaké peníze, které mě byly určeny.
Máte konkrétní částku?
Nějaká menší částka je to, které byly určeny pro Ukrajinu, ale jelikož my jsme se zavázali, že nebudeme dávat peníze Ukrajině a budeme pokračovat ty možnosti, tak on ty peníze poslal vlastně na ten program PURL, ale je to jednorázová menší částka, nevím, jak velká je. We are finishing.
Vůči tomu se velmi ostře ohradil váš koaliční partner, předseda SPD a sněmovny Tomio Okamura.
V pátek, tak určitě si to vyříkáme. Jo, mějte se hezky. No.
Prezidentem Trumpem, ten tady vůbec neřešil výdaje na obranu a tak dále, bavili jste se pouze.
Trump je stále stejně příjemný a bavili jsme se o Melánii a o filmu. Prosím vás, na večeři nebylo nic o výdajích NATO, nikoho to na večeři nezajímalo. Byli jsme tam s manželkami, bavili jsme se o jídle, o plno věcech, o fotbalu, Haaland, Genius a tak dále. Jo.
Zazní ta kritika na Česku, že se neplní ty 2%. Čekáte tu kritiku dneska na té formální části?
Uvidíme, my obhajujeme plnění výdajů minulé vlády, ale my vystupujeme za Českou republiku, takže určitě Fialovou vládu pomlouvat nebudeme. Jo? Mějte se hezky, na shledanou.
Krásný den.
Good morning, everybody. I have a couple of points to make before NATO Ankara summit. The first one is that allies should increase the defense expenditure. For example, Estonia invests in defense almost 7% this year. So this is also the expectations to our allies that to increase the capabilities and defense expenditure as already promised in Hague. Second is that NATO needs strong forward defense against Russia. Russia is a credible and acute threat to everybody, and strong forward posture, strong defense, different countries stands up against it. And also We need to increase our capabilities in defense industry because we're still lagging behind compared to other countries. And the third one is that we should take concrete goals, mention them, and take concrete goals in helping of Ukraine. Because for us and for Europe, for NATO, Ukraine is fighting for us the rule-based world and the freedom. The blood is spilled for us also. Estonia has taken the commitment to help Ukraine by 0.25% per year, but last year it was already 0.35% because we always add more because we can do more. So I expect this summit also to mention this and take concrete goals. So thank you, and I hope this will be an excellent summit.
Prime Minister, do you fear that actually the US wouldn't be there for Estonia despite all the efforts you're making? And could you just tell us a little bit about the threats you are facing on a regular basis from Russia?
Every prime minister has his tenure and his time. Mine has been pretty much involved in different security incidents with Russia because when we decoupled, desynchronized our energy grids from Russia, the Baltic energy grids, and synchronized ourselves with Central Europe, then at that moment we needed NATO's help on the sea because Russia's shadow fleet was hitting our subsea cables between Estonia and Finland and so on. So I called Secretary General Mark Rutte, so did Alex Stubb from Finland, and our military guys interacted. And right now, as we are here, speaking here, we have NATO operation ongoing, or vigilance activity ongoing in the Baltic Sea. That was one. Second one was when the MiGs, Russian fighter jets, entered Estonian airspace. And that moment, NATO's air policing went up. Italian F-35s, the most modern they are, went up and diverted and escorted Russian planes out. And we have had different incidents. For example, air policing from Romania shot down one drone on Estonian territory and so on. So, if you're asking, is NATO working, and if I'm confident that NATO is working, I'm absolutely confident, because on the military level, I'm from the practical side. I'm not talking what if, because I know NATO is working. We have operations on the sea. We have air policing, which will be changed to air defense this summit. So I'm quite assured that America will be there. And President Trump has said quite robustly also with the Russian incidents that when asked, he will protect Baltics and Poland. So this is very important message also for us and also to Russia. Thank you. Thank you.
On the right side.
Several words. More Kantianism than Machiavellism. Today I would like to say that the motto, stronger Europe, stronger NATO, in my thoughts is that enlarged, united Europe is stronger Europe. But the strongest Europe is Europe living in peace and democracy based on principles and values. That's my message. Thank you.
Kako to komentirate in pa kakšne načrte boste danes predstavili? Gospod Rutte pričakuje konkretne načrte.
To je, ne vem že kateri moj NATO vrh, ne, in prvič je Slovenija v poziciji, ko malo sklanjamo glave, ne toliko zaradi številk, ampak predvsem zaradi prelomljenih obljub. So države, ki so blizu nas, pa niso tako vehementno nekaj obljubljale, pa podpisovale, pa potem tega ne izpolnile in to je po mojem večji problem, ker kar se NATO tiče, NATO bolj skrbi za našo varnost, kot Slovenija skrbi za varnost NATO. Vsem jasno. In je pošteno, da tudi mi oddelamo svojo domačo nalogo in prispevamo svoj delež. Zdaj, kako priti iz te situacije, čez noč se to ne da, ne? Slovenija ima svoje javnofinančne probleme, imamo probleme zdaj celo z rebalansom, zaradi tega, ker Ustavno sodišče ne odloči, ali bo referendum o razvojnem zakonu ali ne bo. In tam so veliki finančni učinki, brez tega je nemogoče planirati proračunsko leto ali pa ga popravljati, tako da izkoriščam to priložnost, čeprav ni mogoče pravo mesto za apel na Ustavno sodišče, da odloči, kakorkoli pač odloči. Oni so neodvisni v tem, kako odločijo, niso pa neodvisni v tem, da odločajo. In država zaradi tega stoji. In tudi tega problema glede obrambnih izdatkov ne moremo reševati, dokler nimamo čiste slike. Je pa jasno, da bo neke stvari potrebno narediti. Zdaj prvo, kar bomo obljubili, je to, da bomo držali besedo, da tisto, kar bomo rekli, bomo tudi naredili, da ne bomo golfali, kot je prejšnja vlada, pa kot obrambne izdatke predstavljali nekaj, kar to ni, čeprav je klasifikacija jasna. In od te točke bomo šli naprej. Nemogoče pa je vse, kar je bilo obljubljeno, pa ne izpolnjeno, zdaj izpolniti v letošnjem letu, so tudi druge prioritete. In
danes na mizo, kar je bilo rečeno, tudi strani generalnega sekretarja Rutteja, da naj bi članice vse konkretne načrte jasne danes predstavile.
Naših načrti so bili narejeni že prej, obljube so bile danes, Slovenija sprejela zaveze in mogoče bo nekatere od teh zavez možno delno korigirati, drugače jih je pa enostavno treba izpolniti. In bo šlo za časovnico, ampak danes ni čas in prilika za zelo konkretne pogovore. Bo pa to izpolniti težje. Recimo, ko je na začetku prejšnjega mandata Golobova vlada prekinila pogodbo za oklepnike Boxer, ki jih je prej Slovenija obljubljala NATO že ne vem koliko časa, je plačala kazen za to. Poleg tega so se pa podražili. Danes je po 4 letih zaradi znanih razlogov in situacije v svetu, je približno tak oklepnik praktično še enkrat dražji. Tukaj se postavlja tudi vprašanje, ne samo politične odgovornosti tistih, ki so Slovenijo pripeljali v situacijo, da bo morala zdaj še enkrat dražje plačati nekaj, kar smo že zdavno obljubili.
Ustrajala pri tem načrtu nakupa zdaj Patria ali bo tla prišlo do kakšnih sprememb?
Najhuje, kar je dejstvo, ravno kar sem govoril z obrambnim ministrom, da prejšnja vlada ni prišla niti do izbora, do odločitve. 4 leta so obljubljali, pa proučevali druge možnosti, rekli so, da bodo boljše. Dejstvo je, da niso zbrali nobene, da so zdaj vrste daljše, da so cene podvojene in da je to velik problem, tako v smislu časovne kot finančne dimenzije.
Glede nakupa 8-kolesnikov oziroma teh vozil?
Postopke je treba peljati naprej tam, kjer so jih prekinili pred 4 leti. Zdaj, kakšen bo izbor, pa kakšne so možnosti tudi financiranja, kreditiranja, ker to rabimo, glede na javnofinančno situacijo, jaz v tem trenutku ne vem še.
Glede gospoda Grimsa, danes naj bi EPP odločala o njegovi izključitvi. Kako to komentirate in pa, če bo izključen, ga boste tudi iz vaše stranke SDS izključili?
Torej, jaz upam, da do te izključitve ne bo prišlo. Zdaj, gospod Grins je v ponedeljek, ko smo imeli sejo izvršilnega odbora, sam dejal, da ima v EPP-ju veliko prijateljev, tako da jaz računam, da te njegove besede držijo. Zdaj, on ni kršil pravil Slovenske demokratske stranke, on je član poslanske skupine v slovenskem parlamentu, je član poslanske skupine Evropske ljudske stranke, tam je prišlo do nekaterih notranjih kršitev, zdaj pa vsak klub ima svoje pravila. Niso pa to take stvari, ker ne gre za vsebino, po našem mnenju, da bi zaradi tega moral biti izključen. In jaz upam, da ne bo.
Da ne bi škodoval vaši stranki.
Tista razprava je bila nekoliko daljša, kaj bi bilo, če bi bilo, pa mislim, da nismo še tam. Hvala.
Good morning. So Norway is happy to participate at this NATO summit. We believe the important milestone is that the burden sharing is happening. Europe is taking a greater responsibility that is highly welcome, necessary for Norway's part. We are at 4.7% of our defense spending. Purely defense is 3.17%. Which is en route to reach the goals we set in The Hague. We are also having more integration of our defense capabilities. Yesterday's agreement between Norway, Germany and Canada about Canada's purchase of submarines, common fleet with Norway and Germany, is a clear illustration of how we can do these important undertakings together. Then the other topic here will be Ukraine. Our consistent support to Ukraine in this very critical moment so that they can continue to defend themselves. And I hope we will be making progress on these issues.
Prime Minister, despite the efforts of other nations that are spending vast amounts more money, the US President has already said, well, he may pull out 80,000 troops from Europe, all the troops in Europe. How do you respond to that? He seems to be ignoring the evidence of what Europe is doing.
Well, I think, part of this is that the US has a broader agenda. The US has responsibilities beyond Europe. And this is not coming with President Trump. It's been in the books for a long time. Now it's happening. And it's happening in a way where Europe is stepping up. And I think we are doing that in a responsible way. The rhetoric of this leader or that leader, we have to live with that. But if you look at the evidence, Europe is stepping up, not only in the way we spend, but that we spend wisely. We don't duplicate each other, but we spend in capabilities.
All of its troops out of Europe. We are woefully undefended, aren't we?
Yeah, but I don't see the US pulling all of their troops out of Europe. You know, it happens at time that President Trump is asking, what does NATO bring to the US? And I can tell you from Norway's perspective, a lot. We can demonstrate that what we do in the High North, in the Arctic, looking after, keeping calm, is of importance for our security, but also for the US homeland security. But I would like to say, because we live in a tense situation in Europe, this alliance is a threat to nobody. But it is made in a way that nobody should come up with the idea of threatening us. And that's why the summit is important to take stock. And I will reiterate again, it is of paramount importance to get a ceasefire and a fair and lasting peace for Ukraine.
A Russian spy plane dropping sonar buoys around a British HMS Prince of Wales aircraft carrier. Do you think that even though NATO is stepping up with its weapons spending, it's still failing to deter Russia under the threshold of conventional war, and actually that could ultimately lead to direct confrontation between Russia and the alliance?
Well, I think, you know, this is just underlining the need to maintain capacity in the northern waters, that we have surveillance capacity, that we have a modern fleet. The major investment Norway is making in its defense will be in its navy. And we do that in very innovative cooperation now with our British allies, with our Canadian and German allies. And we welcome that our partners are sailing more in the northern waters, precisely to avoid incidents like that.
Igjen ønsker å overta Grønland, og sier det I går.
Nei, jeg sier det samme som tidligere. Jeg tar avstand fra den type uttalelser. Grønland en del av kongeriket Danmark. Det grønlendere og dansker som må avgjøre hvordan den utviklingen skal være. Og sikkerheten I Arktis, den tar vi vare på sammen. Der har vi gjort et viktig arbeid det siste året med USA og andre arktiske stater. Så den type utspill, den type påstander tar Norge avstand fra.
Vil forsvare Danmark med alt hun kan. Norge villig til å bidra og støtte Danmark I å forsvare landet?
Vi støtter Danmark, og vi støtter stabilitet I Norden. Der det avklarte grenser, avklarte forhold. Og selvfølgelig så har Danmark som vår nordiske og europeiske og NATO-partner vår fulle støtte. Thank you.
We meet here in Ankara today at a time of profound geopolitical uncertainty, and today's discussion is going to take place in the backdrop of a discussion regarding burden sharing at NATO, which goes back many years. It was President Trump during his first term who, in his own way, confronted European allies about the necessity to rebalance NATO in favor of a more European burden-sharing approach. And this is something which indeed has taken place over the past years, and I've always been a strong advocate of the concept of European strategic autonomy, not as a competitor to NATO, but as a strong European pillar that would strengthen the alliance across the board. In The Hague last year, we took important decisions regarding the milestones that we will set regarding defense spending. And I'm happy to report that my country, Greece, is already, as of this year, meeting the 3.5% defense target way ahead of schedule. We are currently implementing a 25 billion euro modernization program for our armed forces. My country is in a very delicate neighborhood facing geopolitical challenges. We have always kept our commitment to NATO spending even in times of deep austerity, and we're now one of the 5 countries leading NATO when it comes to defense spending. Finally, when it comes to the regional situation, let me express my hope and optimism that the truce between Iran and the United States will hold. It is critical to give diplomacy time to resolve this thorny issue, and at a time when the cost of living is the #1 priority for all European governments, we of course all hope that we will not have a new increase in tensions that will lead into a further increase in the price of oil.
Influence of Turkey within NATO, and the fact that now the US president looks like he will allow F-35s to be bought by Turkey, does that upset the balance within the Eastern Mediterranean?
I'm not going to comment on the statements made yesterday by President Trump and President Erdogan. All I can say is that an alliance needs to be based on the fundamental principle of good neighborly relations. And at a time when my country is still faced with an open threat of war by Turkey, should we exercise our legal right to expand our territorial waters, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that the sensitivities of all NATO allies need to be taken into consideration. After all, we are a defensive alliance, and I'm sure that these outstanding issues can be resolved in the spirit of good neighborly relations and in the spirit of cooperation.
In your neighbor country, did you like the food? Turkish
Sorry,
food?
I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit.
How did you find the Turkish summit in your neighbor country? How did you find the Turkish food?
I can't hear you. Sorry. I give you what I can tell you. It's always a pleasure to visit Ankara, and I've always been a big proponent of improving the relations between our 2 countries. Thank you.
Good morning. It's great to be here in Ankara for NATO summit, and I think it's going to be very important that we reaffirm our commitment to 5%. Latvia is spending already 5%, and I will call on all my colleagues to do the same. But it's not only about money, it's also about capabilities, and I very much believe that those capabilities that we are lacking need to be fulfilled. And finally, I think it's important that we continue support for Ukraine. If Ukraine wins, we are all safer. If Ukraine has issues, the whole NATO, and especially my region, the Baltic region, is not so safe. So I do hope that despite all the differences that we have, we will agree on many things and we will pass all the disagreements for the past.
In a more aggressive imminent threat from Russia towards your country at the moment, sir?
Frankly, I think that we do not expect any military attack like we saw it in Ukraine. What I should remind that we are actually under the permanent hybrid attack. And also what we need to remind to the world that it is very important that we address the shortfalls that we have. Air defense systems, anti-drone systems, but when it comes to the hybrid warfare, we need to be prepared. At the same time, what I'm noticing is also that Russia loves that we are scared. So what is important, that when we speak about any kind of threats against the eastern flank, we also need to say that NATO is going to stand behind. That if we say that there is going to be an attack, then we also need to say that we will fight. Latvia is going to fight, our neighbors are going to fight, but also the whole NATO is going to fight. Thank you.
Trump is still being rude about his European allies, still talking about Greenland, saying he might pull US troops out of Europe, even after allies have stepped up over the past 12 months.
I think that we have discussions and disagreements on some things. But what is important? Number one, that President Trump is here. Number two, that we have been able to agree on 5%, as I said, and we are spending. It is also very important that we discuss issues both in public but also in private. From our perspective, I would say that we see that we need to step up European effort, but it takes time. So the United States is indispensable ally. We need United States, but also United States need Europe. And I think that even when we discuss Iran or any other issues, we have seen that United States needed Europe, and also Europe needs the United States to secure eastern flank to help Ukraine. When it comes to Greenland, our position is very, very clear. And we see that Greenland is indispensable part of Denmark, but also we agree that we need to step up also the Arctic security. And that is something that NATO is prepared to do. And I would very much back also both the security of Arctic, but also Latvia is ready to contribute to the stabilization of Hormuz Straits. And we are working with the United States and with like-minded nations there. So you can find deals, and sometimes rhetoric helps to move faster than probably we would do that under different circumstances.
NATO is not doing enough to support him in the air war. What more can NATO do?
It's a very easy answer, but probably it's very difficult to fulfill. We simply need to send more air defense missiles and equipment. And I think that Ukraine is doing great when it comes to air defense against drones, electronic warfare. But what we see, Russia still has advantage when it comes to ballistic and cruise missiles. And that is where the decision that I hope we will be endorsing later today about the next financial package for Ukraine will address that issue. But I think that answer is very easy. We should send more. The implementation is not so easy, and that's why this summit is very important, that it is very much focused also on industrial side, because we have money, but you can't fight with money. You have to invest in missiles, in equipment, and here I do hope we will be able to agree. Thank you. Thank you very much.
de Groenlândia e sobre a retirada dos soldados norte-americanos. Que confiança é que se pode ter ainda nestes Estados Unidos?
Bom, muito bom dia. Queria, em primeiro lugar, destacar que esta é uma cimeira onde será assumida a unidade da Aliança Atlântica, o respeito e a manutenção da prevalência do artigo 5º enquanto elemento absolutamente crucial da solidariedade e da partilha da política de segurança e defesa de todos os 32 Estados-membros da NATO. Em segundo lugar, é também uma cimeira onde se dá sequência ao reforço do pilar europeu dentro da NATO e dos compromissos de investimento de todos os países da Europa, no âmbito do qual Portugal tem vindo a assumir também a sua responsabilidade. Terminámos o ano 2025 cumprindo o objetivo de ter um investimento em defesa superior a 2%, o que só foi possível através de um esforço adicional da nossa parte, na sequência daquilo que tinha sido o nosso compromisso assumido na última cimeira. Estamos numa trajetória de cumprimento, o que acontece pela primeira vez desde 2014. Isso significa que, a par daquilo que são as nossas missões e a integração em muitas operações no âmbito da NATO, como acontece hoje na Roménia, na Eslováquia, na Lituânia, Portugal está à altura da sua responsabilidade enquanto parceiro e, naturalmente, também espera que, no âmbito da Aliança, os nossos interesses possam ser acautelados, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à segurança marítima, que é uma área na qual temos redobrado o empenho na defesa do nosso território, na defesa do nosso interesse estratégico e também na defesa do interesse de toda a Aliança Atlântica. Esta centralidade atlântica, também à volta da segurança marítima, é prioritária para nós e ficamos também muito satisfeitos por esta cimeira adotar como prioridade exatamente essa mesma política. Finalmente, dizer que é também uma cimeira que reitera o apoio à Ucrânia e que, com isso, podemos expressar também a vontade de materializar no terreno todo o apoio militar, político e económico à Ucrânia. Sobre a questão que coloca, para nós a situação é muito clara. Nós temos um compromisso de aliança para garantir a integralidade territorial de todos os Estados-membros da NATO face a países externos, a países terceiros. Ora, se nós temos esse objetivo para o exterior, naturalmente temos de salvaguardar também no interior e creio que, independentemente das declarações e do contexto em que elas foram proferidas, não estará em causa de maneira nenhuma a integralidade territorial de nenhum Estado-membro da NATO, incluindo naturalmente a Dinamarca.
Por parte de Donald Trump, existe ou não algum rancor, com base naquilo que já veio dizer desde que chegou?
Creio que não.
Não há nenhuma desilusão, não há nenhum tópico por resolver?
Naquilo que eu já me pude aperceber dos trabalhos até o momento, não me parece que haja razão para dizer isso.
É isso.
Solidariedade com Copenhague e solidariedade com o princípio de salvaguarda da integralidade territorial de todos os Estados-membros. Repito, se o fazemos com um contexto externo, é óbvio que, em primeiro lugar, devemos salvaguardá-lo também no contexto interno, é aquilo que acontece. Obrigado e bom trabalho. Obrigado.
Good morning, and it's really good to be here for what will turn out to be a very important NATO summit. With the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz, there's a lot of really important issues for us to discuss and agree on action coming out of this summit. It's very important that as leaders we show the unity and the strength of NATO at a time like this, and that's what we'll do at this summit here this morning. Thank you. Thank you.
bir şekli var ama protokolden bir teyit almamız gerekiyor.
Bunu bir değiştirin, oradakilerle. Bunun arkasında abi. Yoksa burada. Hep mi oraya gidiyoruz? Daha bırakmayacağız mı? Yok abi.
Hanım da otobüsü de gelmedi. Cuma günü. İsmail diyeceğim ya. Kendi bayrağı değil ya. Franco bayrağı. Allah. Kayıda bakalım abi diyorum. NATO üyesi olanlar. NATO üye olmayan misafirlerden buradan geldi. Güney Kore var, Ukrayna var. Abi bez bağlayalım. Geliyor. Ses gelmiyor.
Şimdi geçmek için mi? Gelirken zaten buradan
Abi Harun bir saat nöbet tutacak. Siz sonra kendi aranızda konuşuruz. Tamam.
Saat kesimden o yüzden yani 10 dakika önce dinleniyorum. Çektim abi. Rapor alacağım.
şimdi.
Tamam. Bekle.
Abi onun mu dedi? Onun mu dedi? Onun mu bahsetti? Bilmiyorum. Evet. O noktayı da Devlet. Bu noktayı da size birleştireyim. Bu noktayı da eğer çok ekstra bir şey olursa hemen ötürü Ankara'ya geçelim.
Basın arkasında
Tamam, şurada deneye geçiş noktamız var. Şurada mı? Evet, şu tam köşe. Evet, hızlı bir şekilde. Beyefendi ondan sonra ben gireyim. Giriş çıkarken arkadaşlarıma söylersiniz içeri girerken. Burası değil, şuradaki bir kişi var bak. O arkadaşlarıma söyleyeyim, bir kişiyi daha alıp geleceğim. Çok yardımcı olsun. Çok sağ olun.
Yes, we have. We have. No. We cannot go through the middle. All the leaders will be there. Our way is like this.
I saw a big press crew. Why are they entering through the VIP? Has never been said. No. They have to come from there and enter here.
For the family photo.
For the family photo.
This way.
The press crew has come
Yes,
this way,
but
not there.
your team brought them inside.
Abi ne yaptın?
Kardeşlerin önünde sadece maskamız vardı ya, maskamı mesela. Seni çekiyorlar.
Çekiyorlar. Sen kaldırdın. Veremeyeceksin. Ne olacak mesela?
Tamam.
Ben giremiyorum ki oraya. Beni sokmuyorlar oraya. Yok.
Alors, Monsieur le Président.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait là? Et en Iran, on va voir. Et ce sera là hier. Oui. Il avait prévenu. Après, on ne voit pas comment ça s'arrête. Je pense que c'est la limite de leur affaire, c'est que ils sont des petites fourtates, mais NATO'yu göremedim ama Trump konuşuyor. Bitti herhalde.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, Alistair. Nice to see you. How are you? Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you. Back up, Tom. Okay. I have a beautiful book.
This is what we're expecting.
boxing referee is very nice. It's also very bright. Oddly bright. I think it's deceptively bright. I'm not complaining.
My guess is that most of this is failing. Yeah. Grace? Grace.
Adem abi, Ahmet Türkçe poster almış mıydı?
Türkçe, hayır.
Ne aldı? Hangi birini almış?
I'm working on some Trump deposition.
Okay.
I'll go back down, trust me. It's okay. What color temperature are you using? It's perfect.
Which one? 5'2"?
Thank you for helping the old guy out.
Getty made a couple calls.
His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency, Mr. Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Andrej Babis, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Janez Janša, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Nicușor Dan, President of Romania. His Excellency, Mr. Karol Nawrocki, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency, Mr. Kristen Michal, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. His Excellency, Mr. Rob Jetten, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Son Excellence, Monsieur Luc Frieden, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Her Excellency, Ms. Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency, Mr. Miloko Spajic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Péter Magyar, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency, Mr. Rumen Radev, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Her Excellency, Ms. Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. The Right Honourable Mr. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency, Mr. Bart de Wever, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. His Excellency Mr. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. His Excellency Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Honorable Donald Trump, President of the United States of America.
Biz geliyoruz abi.
Excellencies, may I present your attention for the family picture?
Tamam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. If I may ask the first row to go down that way. We go down here, please. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
İçine mi gireyim? Hayır, mesela şimdi masana kapıdan karşı bir kamerayı kesersen yaklaşık 4-5 saniyede 4-5 saniyede geçer. Gene de keser.
Aujourd'hui, donc c'est contraint. Ah, 10 secondes. Sorry. No.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you?
Hello, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. All okay, Mr. President?
Good, good. Good morning.
Sorry, I'll step out. Oh, sorry. You have enough snacks. I know.
Yes, your seat.
Is mijn mappa daar? Ja. Hey, good to see you. How are you? Very good to see you.
Yes, absolutely.
The American flag. Hey, good morning, Mr. Vice President. Good to see you. Please take your seats, dear colleagues. And a warm welcome to this summit. And without further ado, it is my honor and pleasure to give the floor to our host, the President of the Republic of Turkey. Please, President Erdogan, you have the floor.
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
kıymetli devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Lahey zirvesinde aldığımız kararlar temelinde Avrupalı müttefikleri daha yetkin birer güvenlik sağlayıcısı haline getirmeye odaklanmış durumdayız. Türkiye olarak 2030 yılından önce savunma harcamalarımızın oranını %3,5 düzeyine yükseltmek için tedbirlerimizi aldık. Güvenlik ve dayanıklılıkla bağlantılı harcamalarda ise şimdiden %1,5'luk bütçe payına ulaştık. Böylece %5 hedefine Lahey'de belirlenen 2035 yılından 5 sene önce erişmeyi hedefliyoruz. Kuşkusuz ülkemizin asıl başarısı savunma sanayindeki atılımdadır. Üretim ve ihracat kapasitesi itibariyle dünyanın ilk 10 ülkesi arasına girdik. İttifakta bize tahsis edilen 361 yetenek hedefinin neredeyse tamamını 3 yıl içinde taahhüt edilen tarihinde öncesinde karşılamış olacağız. İttifakımızda eksikliği en çok hissedilen hava ve füze savunma kabiliyetlerine çelik kubbe projemizle 24 milyar dolar ilave bütçe ayırdık. Avrupa'daki en büyük kara ordusuna sahip ülke olarak yeteneklerimizi ihtiyaç duyulan aşamada ittifakın hizmetine sunmanın gayretindeyiz. Kosova'da, Karadeniz'de, Baltıklar ve diğer coğrafyalarda ittifakın harekat, misyon ve tatbikatlarına katkı veren müttefiklerin başında geliyoruz. İHA ve SİHA'ları gerçek muharebe alanlarında başarıyla kullanan bir müttefik olarak tesisini öngördüğümüz insansız sistemlere karşı koyma mükemmeliyet merkezimizi NATO'ya akredite etmeyi temenni ediyoruz. Bu merkezin bilhassa hava ve deniz drone tehditlerine karşı mukabele kabiliyetimizi destekleyeceğine inanıyorum. Değerli misafirler, NATO 3.0 hedefine en kısa zamanda ulaşmamız için şu iki hususa özellikle dikkat çekmek isterim. Birincisi, savunma sanayi başta olmak üzere savunma işbirliğinde müttefikler arasındaki kısıtlamaların kaldırılmasıdır. Savunma sanayi formunda bu mesajın hem endüstri hem hükümet yetkilileri tarafından vurgulanmış olmasını memnuniyetle karşılıyorum. İkincisi, Avrupalı müttefikler olarak kıta savunmasında daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenirken ittifakın bütünlüğünü ve transatlantik ilişkileri zayıflatabilecek tasarruflardan da kaçınmamız gerekiyor. Burada özellikle Avrupa Birliği üyesi müttefiklerimize seslenmek istiyorum. Birliğin güvenlik alanındaki çabalarında azami fayda ancak ve ancak NATO ile gereksiz tekrarlardan kaçınılmasıyla mümkün olabilir. Aklın ve mantığın emrettiği bir işbirliği modeli mümkünken birlik üyesi olmayan müttefiklerin dışlanması, kısıtlı kaynakların boşa sarf edilmesine ve Avrupa'da hiç arzu etmediğimiz bir suni bölünmeye yol açacaktır. Bu tutumun Sayın Genel Sekreterin işaret ettiği transatlantik savunma sanayi altyapısına hizmet etmediği de açıktır. Değerli mevkidaşlarım, Ukrayna Savaşı'nda Sayın Trump'ın barış vizyonunu paylaşıyor, Ukrayna'nın öncelikli ihtiyaç listeleri girişimine desteğimi bildiriyorum. Ukrayna'ya kendi milli envanterimizden sağladığımız askeri desteğe ek olarak PUER'el erişimi kapsamında katkımızı sürdüreceğiz. Ukrayna'yı desteklerken Rusya'yı da barışa yönlendirecek şekilde iletişim kanallarımızdan istifade ediyoruz. İran krizinin çözüm yoluna girmesinde sabotaj teşebbüslerine rağmen dostum Sayın Trump'ın sergilediği kararlı tutumu takdirle karşılıyorum. Diplomatik çabalarımıza ilave olarak Hürmüz Boğazı'nın mayınlardan temizlenmesi için gerekli katkıyı vermeye hazırız. Bu vesileyle Türkiye'yi hedef alan füzelere karşı NATO unsurları tarafından sağlanan destek için Amerika ve İspanya başta olmak üzere ilave hava savunma bataryaları konuşlandıran Almanya ve İtalya'ya teşekkürlerimizi ifade ediyorum. Konuşmamızı artırmamızın şart olduğuna inandığım İstanbul İşbirliği girişimi mensubu ortaklarımızın bugün bizlerle olmalarını önemsiyorum. Orta Doğu'da kalıcı barış anahtarının iki devletli çözüm olduğunu bir kez daha vurguluyorum. Özellikle Gazze ve Lübnan'da sükunetin sağlanması için hepimize görev düştüğünü ifade etmek istiyorum. Son olarak terörün tüm biçim ve tezahürleriyle mücadele konusunda tam bir dayanışma içinde olmamız gerektiğini hatırlatıyorum. Ankara zirvesinin hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyor. Zirvenin hazırlıklarında emeği geçenlere teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I want, indeed, whilst the press is leaving, I want to thank you for what you did with hosting this event. It is really huge, to quote somebody at this table. Huge and big. And we do realize what the impact is on Ankara. Because
Good afternoon. It's great to see you. Thanks for your patience. We will start with a statement from the Secretary General and follow with your questions.
Good afternoon. We have just concluded a tremendously successful NATO summit here in Ankara. There was a great sense of unity. Allies warmly welcomed President Trump's leadership that is transforming this alliance and making it stronger. The message from this summit is simple. NATO delivers. 1 year ago in The Hague, allies took historic decisions to strengthen our alliance. Here in Ankara, excellently hosted by President Erdogan, we have demonstrated that those commitments are now being put into practice. Across the alliance, defense investment continues to rise. New capabilities are being delivered. Industry is expanding production. And European allies and Canada are assuming greater responsibility for our shared security. Together, these are the foundations for a stronger, a fairer and a more capable NATO. Allies reviewed the significant progress already made towards investing 5% of GDP in defense by 2035. Already measuring 4% just 1 year into a 10-year project. So the momentum is clear. Allies continue to increase both core defense spending and broader investment that strengthen our security. They are generating the capabilities our defense plans require and stepping up their contribution to NATO's collective deterrence and defense. This is not simply about spending more, it is about ensuring that our armed forces have what they need to keep our 1 billion people safe in a more dangerous world. Our focus has now shifted decisively from setting targets to delivering results. That means accelerating production, breaking down barriers, boosting resilience, investing in innovation, and working with partners to maximize cooperation. The NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum demonstrated the determination of governments and industry to work together with greater speed and ambition. And the numbers are staggering, including over $50 billion in new procurement deals in just 1 day. We also launched a new major initiative, NATO's Drone Edge, which will see $40 billion invested by allies in uncrewed systems over the next 5 years. And big deals with US and European industry, including Triton from Northrop Grumman and our new AWACS from Saab. These new investments and industrial commitments announced here will help strengthen our collective defense while supporting innovation, economic growth, and, of course, skilled jobs across the whole of the alliance. This work must continue, and that's why I'm happy to announce that allies are taking a historic step to enhance NATO's fuel supply chain, to ensure our forces have the energy supplies they need for war-fighting readiness. While allies continue to finalize the details, we know that this 27 billion euro investment will modernize our existing fuel storage and distribution infrastructure and support new facilities, including pipelines towards the eastern part of the alliance. We are also ensuring that we are using technology to our advantage, including through the adoption of powerful AI models and the development of an interoperable transatlantic warfighting cloud. So here again, credible deterrence and defense depends on what we deliver, and we are delivering. Allies also reaffirmed NATO's unwavering support for Ukraine. As Russia continues its war, we will continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. Allies pledged to provide at least 70 billion euros in military equipment, assistance and training for Ukraine
this year and again next year as we continue to press for peace. As Ukraine shifts the dynamics on the battlefield, our support must continue. This summit has shown that the alliance is stronger than ever. An alliance that is united and ready to defend every inch of our territory. Here in Ankara, allies reaffirmed their ironclad commitment to the collective defense under Article 5. That an attack on one is an attack on all, and we will stand together. Our unity, solidarity, and collective strength remain the foundation of peace, security, and prosperity. Leaders also agreed on the importance of modernizing our alliance and building for the future. That means a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. With European allies and Canada working with the United States, taking on greater responsibility for the defense of the alliance. Transformative investment in defense, major deals for industry on both sides of the Atlantic. We are rebalancing our security for the better. That is what NATO 3.0 is all about. An alliance that continues to adapt. An alliance that continues to deliver. To keep 1 billion people safe. Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to your questions. Let's start over here in the fourth row, second seat in.
Maya Raidan, TRT Arabic. I have two questions, if you allow me. First, President Trump again criticized the NATO while he was standing beside you. We've heard a lot of promises and determination, that's very good. But why there isn't a credible plan B if he went through his threats to decrease his forces in the region? Is that because there isn't, or the NATO cannot function without the US? This is my first question. My second question regarding Iran, the final declaration said that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. If the US-Tehran negotiations failed, what is the NATO strategy to keep this objective? Thank you.
Well, on your first question, I can only tell you that what I saw in the room with 32 leaders sitting together was a huge sense of unity. I've not seen this in recent history. And this is what I always believe NATO is all about, that yes, you will have your forceful debates. Sometimes people will argue at the top of their lungs, their points of view, and others will answer. And I'm never worried about that, because in the end, we are an alliance of democracies. It makes us stronger. It not only makes us stronger, in the end, we also come together. Today is evidence of that. And I always know that President Trump and the US is completely committed to NATO. But there is this big irritant, the irritant that the Europeans were not paying the same as the Americans were paying. And this is a frustration on the US part since Eisenhower. And this American president has been able to solve this. And not only get the Europeans to commit to spend the same as the US, but also to deliver on that commitment. Already 4% on a 10-year trajectory to reach the 5%. 4% already reached. Of course, also because we have the Russian threat, the war in Ukraine, etc., etc. But this is a huge encouragement done by the American president to get us to do this. So for all those reasons, I sense this sense of unity, and that is what makes this alliance so strong. It was really very special to be in that room, to sense that situation. We all felt it, that this alliance is more together than ever. I think particularly because we allow ourselves to sometimes disagree and then come together. On your second question, it's absolutely clear it is a NATO policy that, and a point of view of all 32 allies, that Iran should never get its hand on a nuclear capability. Obviously, Iran is outside NATO territory. That doesn't mean that NATO could never get involved. But as I said before, if helpful, NATO is always willing to play a role. But first now, let's see what happens over the coming days and weeks.
Okay, let's come up here about halfway up on the right. I think I see Reuters. Ah, sorry, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we made it. I'm Lily Bayer from Reuters.
Hi.
Thank you very much for the question. Secretary General, we've heard President Trump talk a lot about the need to boost spending on defense, and you yourself, you've emphasized that European allies and Canada are stepping up. But NATO released new data yesterday, and what it showed is that there's actually quite a big spread in terms of what allies are spending as a percentage of GDP. Some are spending a lot, but there are actually quite a few allies that are still around 2% and don't have clear plans to make it to 3.5% on core defense. So what is your message to those allies, and do you foresee those allies that are still around 2% moving up soon? Thank you.
Well, let's indeed, as you already implied in your question, and I agree with that, agree that $250 billion spent more in 2 years, Canada, Europe, is massive. And there is a max to what you can spend more in 1 or 2 years, because you still have to recruit the men and women in uniform. You have to make sure that the defense industrial base produces the output. And of course, we are also ramping up the defense industrial production, but also there you need a couple of years to really get it going. Yes, there is always a certain spread between one country and the other. On the other hand, when you look at 4 big economies, Belgium, Italy, Spain and Canada, they were far from 2% a year ago. They all committed to 2%. And I always sense that if you have to make such a jump from 1.3, 1.4% to 2%, that means, in the case of some of these countries, $5 to $10 billion extra spent in 1 year, that you need to give yourself a little bit of time to indeed spend the money. Again, the absorption capacity, but then at a national level. But all these countries commit to move forward and to deliver on the Hague target.
All right, let's come to the front row here. Could I get a mic down in the center? If you can come down past the barrier. It's easier. Yeah, the man here, yes, thanks.
Sir.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. You mentioned that commitment from NATO. I'm John Decker from Gray Television. You mentioned that commitment from NATO for Ukraine, $80 billion this year, a follow-up of at least that amount in 2027. What will it take, in your view, beyond those resources to bring Mr. Putin to the negotiating table? That's my first question. And my second question, we're here in Turkey. What's come up during the president's time here is that S-400 missile system that Turkey possesses. Are you comfortable with that Russian missile system in the hands of a NATO ally? That's my question.
On the second question, this is primarily a bilateral issue between Turkey and the United States, and this has been discussed, as far as I understand, also in the bilateral discussions yesterday, or at least the two countries are working on it. So let me not comment. And your first question was on? On what it will take to bring Mr. Putin. Yes, so on Putin, yes, I said this, I gave that answer on Monday. I stopped a long time ago to try to interpret what is going on in the head of Vladimir Putin. What I do know is that Putin is in difficulty. The economy is doing badly. He is losing around 30,000 of his own people a month, which is terrible news for those families and people. It means he is willing to sacrifice up to 30, sometimes even 35,000 of his own, primarily men, on the battlefields. We see Ukraine striking deep into Russia when it comes to the energy infrastructure, the defense infrastructure, and the front line. He was making some gains earlier this year, and it is now more or less of a stalemate. So he's not doing well. There is this firm commitment now by the 32 to continue the support for Ukraine. I think that is absolutely relevant and very important. And I know that President Trump and his team, with help from everyone who is available, is trying to end this terrible war. He's meeting now, as we speak, with President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss what can be done more. And wherever we can be helpful, we will be helpful as NATO. But let me not try to predict what's going on in the mind of the Russian president.
All right, let's come up here. Financial Times, please.
Secretary General Henry Foy,
Where
Financial Times. Thank you. Can I hold it?
Can
you can trust me. Henry Foy,
hand?
Financial Times. Nice
Hi,
to see you.
Yes, hi.
Secretary General, how concerned are you that President Trump has brought back his desire to control Greenland? In January, this sparked a huge crisis inside the alliance, forced you to get involved personally, and almost started a trade war with the EU. Further, you told Trump this morning that you personally will make sure that an agreement on Greenland is implemented. Is that a promise you're allowed to make? Is that not the sovereign right of the Danish and Greenlandic people? Thank you.
What the President and I agreed in Davos in January is, first of all, for when it comes to the defense of the Arctic, he absolutely was right. Because there is a huge risk that Russia and China will gain more and more access to the Arctic. And the discussion we had and the deal we made is for NATO, particularly the 7 countries bordering on the Arctic, including, of course, the US through NORSCOM and NORAD, so that means Canada with NORAD, and then, of course, the 5 European allies, so Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, working together, backed up by all the other allies, making sure that the Arctic stays safe. This is Arctic Sentry, launched by the Supreme Allied Commander early February. And then secondly, and here you're right, I'm not allowed to discuss or make any commitments on this second part. The second part is about trilateral talks between the US, Greenland, and Denmark, led by the foreign ministers of the United States, Greenland, and Denmark, basically to make sure that whatever investments when it comes to the Golden Dome or deployment of troops on Greenland will be made in the future, and that if Greenland would change its constitutional position within the Kingdom of Denmark, that these commitments, these deals are still valid. And that's why also Greenland is involved in those talks. I'm not involved in those talks, so your question, are you allowed, etc., on the second part, this is up to the 3 parties. These talks are ongoing. When it comes to the first, of course, it is my role to work with our military leaders to make sure that we implement this Arctic Sentry, and that's exactly what we are doing.
All right, we'll stay right up there just next to him. Bloomberg.
Secretary General Andrea Policiano from Bloomberg News.
Good afternoon.
Will there be, I'm here.
Hi, I see you, yeah.
Will there be a summit next year in Albania? If not, when? Thank you.
The next summit will indeed be in Albania. That was the decision in The Hague. So the summit now in Ankara and then the next summit in Albania. So from now on, of course, the next summit is not in Ankara, because we are in Ankara now, so the next summit is in Albania, and of course we still have to decide on the exact timing.
Okay, and then let's come down here in the second row, right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Hi. Given all the challenges you laid out of defense production, increasing spending, you had kind words to say, or supportive words to say, about the president's strikes on Iran last night. If that conflict enlarges again, are you concerned at all that that could divert money, munitions, resources, attention from stopping the war in Ukraine?
No, because the United States is so strong and powerful, it can do both. Obviously, we still have to produce more. That's anyway a goal we have both in the US and in Europe and in Canada. But when it comes to Iran, degrading the nuclear capability, degrading the interballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for the Middle East, crucial for Europe, crucial for the whole world. And then, of course, the American president deciding, and I think he was totally right, last night, given the attacks on ships which happened over the last 24 hours, to do these strikes, obviously is completely the right thing to do, because this was Iran breaking the deal.
All right, and then right here in the center, yes?
Sarsinan Ajir, Harici Media. Mr. Secretary General, President Trump was quite unhappy how the European countries had a lack of contribution to the military operations against Iran. If the ceasefire ends completely and the war is back on, do you support European countries to contribute more into this conflict? And if Donald Trump makes a statement like that to call them for aid, do you support his call? Thank you.
Yeah, obviously this is not so much NATO, this is individual European allies having bilateral agreements with the United States, which have been negotiated over the years, when it comes, for example, to the use of bases, etc. And I know when it comes to this, that the United States is disappointed. And what I pointed out is that this is about individual cases, isolated cases. When you look at Europe as a whole, massively the Europeans have done what they bilaterally agreed with the United States when it comes to these agreements. And this led, in aggregate, to, as I mentioned on Monday, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases in the context of Epic Fury. And I would say Epic Fury would have been very difficult to do without Europe being a platform of power projection for the United States. Of course, this is one of the reasons why the United States is invested in its allies in Europe, to keep itself safe from the nuclear submarines, from Russia not ending up at the shores of the United States, but also, for example, for this reason, to make sure that they can make use of these bases. And massively that has been done.
All right, we're going to get challenging for the mic carriers because I've got several questions that are towards the center. So first, there's a man in the blue shirt.
And we agreed on Monday that you were sitting.
There's too many people. So fourth row blue shirt here. And then after that, I think we'll go back to the eighth row about just as far in, or a little further.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yilmaz Akıncı from Al Jazeera. My question is, President Trump was mentioning today that the peace deal is over for me with Iran. And just a couple of minutes ago, he said, we will hit them hard tonight. So what is the NATO standing in the sense, especially there are certain countries like Spain is not really collaborative with NATO ally. Will NATO really fully support this attacks or involve, especially when the topic comes to Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first, political. So the political position of NATO is clear, over the years, always been clear, that Iran should not have a nuclear capability, should not have a interballistic missile capability. So there's no doubt about that. That's the political side. Then the practical side. NATO itself is not involved. This is outside NATO territory. But as I just mentioned with your colleague, there are, of course, these bilateral agreements the United States has negotiated over the years with individual allies in Europe. And again, when you looked at the situation between the end of February and mid-April till the ceasefire started, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases, I think this is evidence that European allies have delivered.
Okay, all right. Towards the center in the eighth row. Do we have a mic moving? Is she already there?
Yeah, you have to look at her. She decides. Alison decides. I see a gentleman there. Hey.
Making our way. And then once you're there, please stay there because we'll take a few in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You know Donald Trump well. Can you just give a sense from your perspective, do you think that he is more committed and more enthusiastic about NATO and NATO membership now than he was a year ago, given all the allies have done in terms of ramping up defence spending? Or are you seeing that these outbursts against the UK and others over failing to join the fight against Iran, his desire for Greenland, that actually he is as unhappy as ever before with NATO, maybe even more so? And can I just have a clarification from what you said earlier about Iran? Are you saying that, that NATO actually would support the US militarily in terms of its operation in Iran?
What I said is that Iran is outside NATO territory. NATO has a political position. You can also see that in the summit declaration that Iran should not get a nuclear capability, that the Strait of Hormuz should open up. And NATO has always taken the position that when it comes to the interballistic missile capability, Iran should not get its hands on it. But this is outside NATO territory, so this is individual allies navigating this with the United States. On your first question, I mean, I always felt that families, where sometimes you have heart-to-hearts and sometimes you fight each other a bit, are much stronger than families where you have, oh, let's not disagree and let's keep things nice and unity. That's a bit fake, I always felt. I love it when sometimes between friends you can fight each other because it makes you stronger. And President Trump is not a person which keeps his views to himself. So on two issues he was very clear. One is that Europe had to step up, and this had to do with NATO. He was committed to NATO, he is committed to NATO. But he said, hey, Mark, it's not a fair deal. How can it be that you have 600 million people living in Europe, the richest part of the world, big economies like Germany and the Netherlands and Italy and France and all the other nations together defending, of course, including with the US against 140 million Russians, and then you're overly dependent on the United States. That's not fair, and he's right. And that's what we settled in The Hague. I think that was his leadership, extremely important. So committed to NATO, but also expecting us all to do more. And when it comes to Iran, clearly he was disappointed. What I pointed out again is this is about isolated cases, massively. Europeans have done what you, the United States, bilaterally negotiated with the European countries.
Okay, this man here, yes, please.
Yeah, hey, Rasmus Reineborg from the Danish news agency.
Yes, hi.
Danish news agency Ritzau. Mark, you sit next to Donald Trump in moments where he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, starting trade wars, things that it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat, it has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had a meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very little time and still lots and lots of questions. So the woman who's standing here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General.
Yes, hi.
Amel Akan from the Epoch Times, New York-based media outlet. I have a question on Russia. Russia is facing energy crisis, fuel shortages. The entire country is facing gasoline shortages. How do you see this impacting the war in Ukraine? And do you ask or do you expect President Trump to impose more sanctions on Russia?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is very successful in hitting the energy infrastructure in Russia. In Omsk yesterday, they claimed, and I think the Russians almost, well, I have this from the media, so I didn't get this confirmed from other sources, but I guess you reported this correctly, some of you did, at least yesterday, that they have been successful in striking deep into Russia, which was one of the biggest refinery plants in Russia. And this is part of a pattern over the last 2 months, where the Ukrainians are more and more successful in hitting the vital energy infrastructure in Russia. This is having an impact on people driving cars, ending up at the gasoline stations. There was news yesterday that they had to put out mobile toilets because people had to wait all night for gasoline. Well, I can assure you one thing as a politician. In the 16th, 17th century, you had to make sure there was enough bread. In the 21st century, you have to make sure there's enough gasoline. Your voters don't like it if they cannot fill up their cars. And of course, this is having an impact on the Russian economy. At the same time, You have a Russian president which is willing to sacrifice up to 35,000 of his own young men in this crazy war against Ukraine, totally unprovoked. So again, to any Russian young man listening, if you contemplate joining the war effort, think again. You might be one of those 30 to 35,000 this month, next month, the month after, because your president somehow doesn't care. He is willing to sacrifice you. So this is what is happening. And I know that the US and the European Union, sanctions is not NATO, but the EU and European countries and the US and the United Kingdom are constantly coordinating when it comes to sanctions and to see what can be done.
Okay, I think we have 2 more questions. So the man in the orange tie here in the 6th row.
Hi, Johannes Perterer, Austrian National Television and Radio, ORF. I'm just curious about what NATO, at the end of the day, is really about. We heard a lot about defense spending and about following interests and about hard power politics, let's say. I was wondering also, because we find ourselves in an autocracy where journalists are being arrested, what values does NATO represent, if any, and are those values shared by all 32 members? Thank you.
NATO is a defensive alliance, defending 1 billion people living in NATO territory. That's the United States, that's Canada, and 30 countries in Europe. We are defensive. We will never attack another country. Never. We are a defensive alliance, but we will make absolutely sure that if anyone else does not wish us well and tries to attack us, that they know that our reaction will be very forceful, that we can defend ourselves, etc., etc. And that is for a reason. First of all, because I strongly believe in the 21st century that you should not attack another country like the Russians have done with Ukraine. It's kind of crazy to do that. It's a playbook of the 19th century or the 20th century. We don't do this in grown-up democracies anymore in the 21st century. So that's one, but also because there are values at stake. Democracy. And democracy, as I said on Monday, is not only free vote. Democracy is also you, the free media, that you can report, that you can try to find out what happened behind the scenes, politicians not always liking what you find. But if it is fair, hey, it's your role and your job to do that. It's part of democracy. And the third pillar of democracy is that your societies have the ability to make their views known. And they do this sometimes through demonstrations. And that is always should be possible. And that means that journalists should always be able, in person, to participate in big news events.
Okay, final question. That's all we have time for. We're going to go to the 5th row on the aisle here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Satya from...
yes, hi.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, there are more than one hand. Yes.
Satya from NHK, the public TV station of Japan. Thank you. I'd like to ask about the IP4. Do you think it was important to have at least the all representatives of all IP4 countries present in Ankara, considering the challenges NATO faces from China? And this is the second year not having all the leaders present at the summit, but do you already have any ideas on how to engage again at the leaders level with them?
Yes, well, the president of the Republic of Korea was here, so I had the opportunity to get to know him better. He and the First Lady participated in a dinner last night, and we had very senior representatives at the level of defense ministers and or foreign ministers of New Zealand, Australia and Japan. So I myself have my engagement with the leaders of these nations, so it's not necessary that always all the leaders are here. I was very happy to meet the Korean president because he is relatively new. We spoke a couple of times on the phone. This gives the opportunity to get to know each other better. And I traveled myself last year to Japan. And I might do other trips to the IP4 countries in the future, because this is an important relationship. And we said yesterday it is important because this is about the acknowledgement that the two theaters, the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, are more and more interconnected. You cannot separate the two. That doesn't mean that you want to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. That's not the goal. The goal is to work as much together on defense industry, on innovation, on standards, also exchanging views on defense spending, how to do that in the best way. We have now experienced in NATO not to prescribe in detail how many tanks or how many fighter jets, but what should be the battlefield outcomes we want to achieve by each nation's contribution to the collective defense. So this was a very useful discussion. I think we all felt that. Alison, there is one lady over there who who really tried for some time. Is it okay if we do one more?
One more.
It's you, and then we stop. Because I think there are other presidents and prime ministers also wanting to address you and get your questions.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Ecem Toplar, Haber Global TV. Anti-Turkey rhetoric continues to flow from Greece, which persists in its illegal militarization activities in the Aegean. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis stated, "My country still faces an open threat of war from Turkey." How are these statements by Greece received within the alliance? Thank you.
Yes, well, I've said before, when it came to other issues, sometimes between allies, and it can always happen. We have an alliance of 32 nations, so there might be bilateral discussions, and then obviously, unavoidably, I will get the question, what is my view on this? But of course, I'm not a commentator. I'm there to maintain the unity, at least trying to do my best to maintain the unity of the alliance, and that means that when there are discussions or sometimes irritants between allies, that I do not comment in public, so that I can be behind the scenes, if necessary, if so wanted by any of the discussing countries, helpful. Thank you so much. It was really great to see you on Monday, to see you today, earlier today. You're amazing. See you next time. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And you know, our team out here, they've all become stars, superstars actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good country, and really a great, I would say, a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone. But he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You get a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while. And it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short, but it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They're all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far. Not even close. Everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think, a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%. And we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, you know, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, you know, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment. The Patriots and the Tomahawks and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought-after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them 1.5 to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it here in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply it. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social democrat. These are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or Tomahawk missile, or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies, and Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry and base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night, just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government, you know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before. And we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too bad the press could not see what's happening. Who knows? It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and President, so many of the presidents, prime ministers. They were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take, like, so we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? You shout it out.
Mr. President, your operation in Venezuela has been lauded as a military success, and yet the Iran war seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their Air Force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal, and then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, and they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people, but I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a person who killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for, they were the bully of the Middle East. So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too, because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one, because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war. And they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. They had We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you say your
Television.
name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there is a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice, it's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think they're...
I got to know them. So
I've
said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election. But I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually, we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. 1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions, too, with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm #1 on. I like being #1 on TikTok better, but I'm #1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe, to a couple of bases, actually 1 in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it, because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please? Go ahead. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Türkiye. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might. Yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit. You know, it's what we use their language. We speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly, and we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
Mr. President, you said today, Ines de la Cuetara with MS Now. You said today that countries.
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now. That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now. Can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but you know Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help, but if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah. Green? Green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell them, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane. And it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful, militarily, it's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind, but my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.